Good evening, everyone. I'm Mayor Michael Owens. Welcome to our regular City Council meeting. Today is February 11th, 2026. We have several items of business to cover for you this evening. Council and staff, I want to welcome all of the visitors that we have here and residents of the City of Mableton. We're going to start off with our roll call. So, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Owens.
Present.
Councilmember Pro Tem Warren Davis.
Present.
Councilmember District 2 Michael McNeely.
Present.
Councilmember District 3 Keisha Jeffcoat. Present. Councilmember District 4 Cassandra Brown. Present. Councilmember District 5 TJ Ferguson.
Present.
Councilmember District 6 Deborah Herndon. Present. All present, quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Ron Davis, would you mind leading us in invocation, please, sir? Yes. Thank you.
Let us all bow. Heavenly Father, Lord God, we come before you again, thanking you for another day. We thank you for your grace and mercy. Father, we just pray right now that your mighty hand reach down and touch each of us, Father God, each of the residents of this city, each of the council members, the staff, Father, all who are going to make this city what it needs to be. So, Lord, guide us, Father God. Give us the strength, the wisdom, and the integrity to lead this city as you would have us to do so. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Mr. Manager, as a proud Navy veteran, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance, sir? Indeed.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Council, prior to the meeting, you've been provided a copy of the agenda. At this point in time, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda as written.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as written.
I second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion on this matter?
Mr. Mayor, I've got an item I'm wanting to be considered for the agenda.
The motion's already been made, sir, and seconded.
Okay, well, I want to make sure it's clear that we have an issue with negotiations with the county. I think we need to make sure all of our options are on the table, as I've shared. There needs to be fiscal transparency. We need to talk about the issue that's been raised by the community on double taxation. We need to talk about a process that works for everyone on behalf of our residents. We're leaders in this community, and I have an item that I believe will be appropriate to be discussed and voted on this evening.
Thank you. I think the motion was made by Councilman Ferguson. Sir, do you have an amendment to make on that?
It was made by
Oh, who was it made by?
Jeffcoat.
Do you have an amendment to that, ma'am?
I don't.
All right. With that being said, all in favor of approval of the agenda is written, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Opposed?
That being noted, there was two opposed. Thank you for that. All right, Council, we're going to go forward now to item 6, which is public hearings. There was only one item on our agenda. However, that was a staff recommendation for deferral of this item to February 25th, which is our next meeting. Director Hughes, anything you'd like to say to that, or are we good there? We're good. Thank you, sir. We'll stand with that to be deferred. Please note, Madam Clerk, that this item will be deferred until the next meeting, which is February 25th. Item 7 on our agenda, Council, is presentations acknowledgements. Here we have a proclamation recognizing Arbor Day for Mableton in 2026. I think we're still waiting for someone to come for that, so we'll go to item B for that matter. We'll come back to item A, I think, when a person from Georgia Native Plant Society arrives. So item B is the Mentorship Academy, otherwise known as MAATII. There's a presentation by Ms. Pearson and by and Monady. Are they here for that presentation? Mr. Tanks.
My apologies, Mayor, I was distracted by this Valentine's bag. I thought it was some food in there and some plants and stuff.
It is not. I guess we can go ahead and say what this is. There are tulips in here.
Yeah, it was not chocolate. I'm sorry, I apologize, Mr. Mayor, what was your question?
Is about the presentation from the Mentorship Academy.
Ms. Kanaya or Ms. Mona, are they here in the audience? Mr. Mayor, they are not present.
She sent us the PowerPoint and everything.
All right, thank you for that. What we're going to do is, I don't think Ms. Ghosh has arrived either, correct? All right, so what we're going to do is I'll table this item 7 until we have the appropriate people that are here. We'll move forward with item 8, which is 8A, which is appointment of our Parks and Rec Director. Council, you've been provided information about our Parks Director ahead of time, the nominee, as well as had an opportunity to meet him at the Monday work session. As per our charter, as mayor, I nominate, and it's your job as a council to confirm that nomination. At this point in time, we'll just move forward with the nomination. The person that we're nominating is Travis Landry. Travis, he's here. So Travis has been a longtime Parks Director. He's worked in Mecklenburg County in North Carolina, as well as Douglasville, and most recently, currently Powder Springs, where he serves as the head of both Public Works and over Parks and Rec. I won't go into details about his resume because you've already had it here, and I want to go ahead and move forward to my official nomination for Travis Landry to be the inaugural Parks and Rec Director. Do I have a motion supporting my nomination?
I'd like to make a motion supporting your nomination for the appointment of Parks Director.
I second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and properly seconded by Councilman Ferguson. At this point in time, I'll ask for a vote. All in favor of supporting the nomination for Travis Landry to be the initial or inaugural Parks and Rec Director, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Hearing no opposition, the ayes have it. Congratulations, Mr. Landry. You are now our Parks and Rec Director. A word, please.
Yes, Mayor, and if we could, at some point, go back to item 6A. I don't think the council voted, but just so it's clear for the record that the council approves the recommendation
That
to.
deferral?
Yes.
Okay, will do.
Thank you, Mayor Owens.
You're welcome, sir.
City Council, to the city and the citizens of Mableton, Mayor Owens and the City Council, thank you so much. I'm truly honored and grateful for this opportunity. I want to thank everyone that's involved in the hiring process for the trust that you have placed in me. From our first conversations, it was clear that this is a city and team that values collaboration, and it was clear that the integrity and growth is exactly the kind of environment that I am excited to be a part of. The citizens of Mableton spoke loud and clear when creating this great city. This is an amazing, historic opportunity to serve the community and to continue my journey growing professionally and personally as well. I'm excited to bring my skills, energy, and curiosity to this role, and I'm equally excited to learn from all of you in this great city. Thank you again for the warm welcome, the opportunity, and for believing in what I can contribute to the city of Mableton. I'm looking forward to getting started and building something great together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If it's possible, I think he has brought family with him. Recognize his beautiful family.
And yes, sir. I'm thankful for the support of my wife, Angela, and my daughter, Morgan. My oldest daughter, Andrea, was here today for a doctor's appointment, but she did have to return back to school in Wofford, South Carolina. So she's here in spirit, but I was glad she was able to see her today and at least get this moment before this opportunity today. So thank you for my family for coming out and supporting today.
All right, council, we're going to, as recommended by the city attorney, go to item 6A. Again, this was the item that for RAZ 2025-009, that item is going to be deferred upon our vote. That's what staff recommendation was. At this point in time, I'll entertain a motion to defer this hearing until February 25th, 2026.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, sir.
I second.
Motion's been made by Councilman McNeely and seconded by Councilman Davis. Any other discussion on this matter? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you for that, Madam Attorney and Madam Clerk. I'm certain that you have captured that. Mr. Mayor, Council.
I apologize, sir.
No, go ahead, you're recognized, sir.
The speakers for 7B have entered the facilities. Your call as you are in charge of the agenda.
We have 7A as well now here. So we have 7A as well, so we will go back to 7A and then 7B. So 7A, Council, is the proclamation recognizing Arbor Day in the city of Mableton. As you guys know, we don't do proclamations all that often. We do, it's because it's very important to us and local to the city of Mableton. I will take a moment to read this, as well as how this additionally ties locally, as we have Ms. Connie Ghosh here, the president of the North Metro Atlanta Chamber of the Georgia Native Plant Society. And the proclamation reads as follows: whereas Arbor Day was officially observed in 1872 to recognize the vital role trees play in sustaining communities, ecosystems, and the quality of life, a tradition that continues to take root in the city of Mableton, Georgia. Whereas Arbor Day is celebrated nationwide and coincides with the same ideal season for planting trees in Georgia, marking a time of renewal and reinvestments in Mableton's neighborhoods, parks, and public spaces. And whereas the city of Mableton is committed to environmental stewardship, sustainable growth, and embracing a vision of remaining a city and a park where natural resources are preserved, expanded, and integrated into daily life. Whereas on March 25th, 2025, the City Council of Mableton formally adopted the willow oak as the official city tree, and reflecting on the city's environmental heritage and long-term growth and dedication through thoughtful urban forestry. Whereas the Mayor and Council have demonstrated continued leadership through sustainability and sustainable urban practices, protection of natural assets, and policies that promote healthy and sustainable tree canopies. Now, therefore, I, Michael Owens, Mayor of the City of Mableton, Georgia, do hereby proclaim February 20th, 2026 as Arbor Day 2026 in the City of Mableton. So along with this, I do want to recognize President Ghosh, again, who is the president of Georgia Native Plant Society. If you're not familiar, the Georgia Native Plant Society is a local nonprofit organization dedicated to the promotion and stewardship, as well as conservation of Georgia's native plants in their native habitats. Across the state, GNPS partners with government agencies, environmental groups, schools, universities, and community organizations to advocate for good education, lead in restoration projects, and champion conservation efforts. Their work is hands-on, they're community-driven, and they're deeply rooted to environmental sustainability and stewardship, including right here in the city of Mableton. They have worked hard on projects like invasive removal of plants, habitat restoration, and most notable, the work they've done right here in Mableton at the Heritage Park. The Heritage Park Restoration Project serves as a powerful example of local good that this organization can bring to our community. And tonight, I'm happy to recognize the Georgia Native Plant Society as we celebrate this year for Mableton Arbor Day proclamation. So thank you for your work that you do, ma'am, and for the work that your organization does. With that, I would like to present you this, if you don't mind. You're welcome. Great work happening right here in Mableton. We're happy to have great organizations that we can partner with to recognize not just the work that happens nationally, but connecting it to good work that's happening right here in our parks. We talk a lot about environmental sustainability here in Mableton and protecting our tree canopy in our streams and waterways, and we're doing that. This is proof positive. So I'm happy to be able that we could all celebrate in the work that they're doing today. Next, we have the Mentorship Academy presentation. Ms. Pearson, I understand you here. Yes, ma'am. Please come on up. The floor is yours. You're recognized for presentation.
Hi, y'all. How are y'all doing? So thank you guys for the opportunity to let me speak tonight. I won't hold you long, but I do just want to give a quick update or brief overview of what Mentorship Academy is. My name is Kania Pearson. I serve as the site coordinator for Mentorship Academy, and my lovely boss back here, Ms. Monadine Supriya. Here we go. So we have visuals tonight. So the Boost program basically is a state-funded program. We have 3 programs, 2 of which are Upward Bound programs, which are in Arkansas, but this is the first of its kind on our side of things that we're doing in the state of Georgia. And so this is a brief overview. I'm not going to insult you guys by reading it, but some of what I just said, it's just an after-school program, so we focus on giving enrichment opportunities to students. It comes with instructional time, accelerated learning opportunities, so we really focus on not only getting your students caught ahead, but making sure that they're on the path to succeed and get advanced treatment or anything like that should they need it. Our program also is comprised of course, family engagement, but enrichment opportunities and activities that your students can be involved in. So that might include dance or community service or arts and entertainment, which is my personal favorite. My background is in art history. And so today we even focused on an artist whose name is Nick Cave. And so some of the students did sound suits. And if you guys don't know what a sound suit is, it's basically a body of armor that the artist likes to use in order to stop people from discrimination or stereotyping somebody. And so we do provide transportation to schools, local schools, notably Clay Harmony Leland, Riverside Elementary, Bryant Elementary, and City View Elementary. And so that's where most of our target population is coming from. But we welcome any and everybody from the Cobb County area. As long as you guys can get to the Riverside Epicenter, we are more than welcome to accept your students. And so a part that I might have left out in me trying to briefly go over this quickly was that we're housed at the Riverside Epicenter in this building, actually not on this side of it, but on the other side where you guys might have come in a little earlier. So we're just off of the arcade in a co-motion space, which is a very flexible room. And so we do most of our programming down there or upstairs. And so this is just a part of our daily schedule, something that I mentioned earlier. When the students come in, they have snack time, they have enrichment activities, they have instructor-led time, tutoring time. So if your students need help or anything, we are more than welcome to offer that. This program is completely free, of no cost, no charge. We take on all of the costs through the state because we have this grant. And so we want to offer this as a resource to you all. Should you know anybody, should you have students, should you have cousins, nieces, nephews, any of that, more than welcome to take them and bring them in here. And so this is just a brief overview of our curriculum. Again, we focus on accelerated learning, academic growth, all of those things, social, emotional learning skills. So making sure that your students are approached with a whole child approach. If there are any educators in here, I'm sure you've heard of a whole child approach before. And so that is just making sure that we look at your students holistically, that if they don't want to do their homework one day, it might not be because they're lazy or something. It might be because of other external factors. So we take all of that into consideration when we are teaching your students and or when they come into our program. And so right now we're in what we are calling a winter experience, which just means we've amped up programming. And so you might see a familiar face up here, which is District 2 Councilman McNeely, who graced us with his presence yesterday. And so some of the students had the opportunity to hear from him what a councilman does, what somebody in their city does, who makes laws and policies and can effectively and actively do things within and around their community. And so you see them a little bit, if you can, I know it's a little far, but you see them kind of building their own cities and towns out of recyclable materials. And so we gathered some of the recyclables. I gathered them from my house. I have sisters and stuff, so I just took some of the boxes that we have. We took some of the boxes that we've been using for snack and all of that. And the students were able to make their own towns and be governors of their towns for a day, councilmen and councilwomen for the day to decide what it is that they wanted to do in their town. So stuff like this, career days, is how we try to introduce the students to other opportunities outside of things that they might see on a day-to-day basis. And so a part of our goal is to make sure that they are introduced to things that they just might not, regularly see. And so Career Days is one of those things. We had a group of Morehouse students. I'm a product of the AUC, so I wanted to make sure that I brought out some of my AUC siblings to talk to them and to get them interested in what higher education might look like. And so that's what you see we did on Monday. And Tuesday we had Councilman McNeely join us, so I'm excited for what the rest of winter experience looks like. We will be going on a field trip later this month, so I'm saying all this to say if you're interested, we're still open and accepting applications. If you know anyone that is interested, we are still open and accepting applications. Again, the application is free, no cost, no charge. Program is free, of no cost, no charge. All of the enrichment activities, opportunities, the guests that we bring in, any of those things, they will not cost you a penny. It is just we want to provide this as a free resource, as a resource to your families, your communities, and your students, because they are the next generation of leaders and activists and presidents. So we want to make sure if I have the capacity to invest in them and teach them something new, show them something new, then I want to do that in the best way that I can. And so this is just a QR code. We have our application right here. If you want to scan it, you're more than welcome to. But you're also more than welcome to just see us after the meeting is over. We'll be here lingering around. This is also a QR code for our winter experience. If you want to sign up for field trips, anything like that, more than welcome to. Again, application link. If you guys would like it. You can also follow us on social media. We talk about all of this stuff. We make sure to be affluent in that and or are trying to be. But yeah, we just want to be here. Again, my name is Kenia Pearson. I hope I didn't take too much of y'all's time, but that is all I have. Thank you guys again.
Ms. Canal, could you confirm, I think, aren't you all federally funded program?
Yes, we are federally funded on one side of things, but this is a state-funded opportunity. The BOOST program is. The federal fund comes with the upward bound side, so two different funds, but yes, through the state, through the government. So all of the costs are taken on through the government.
So both federal and state funds are coming in our community to help kids with education?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank y'all.
At this time, I think we have two specific appointments for our CABs, our commissions, our authorities, and boards. The first one is a reappointment. Is Mr. Clyde Ward here? Yes. There you are, back there in the back. Will you come forward, please, sir? Mr. Ward has served for some time now on our license review board. He's been reappointed again, I think by Councilman Brown, is that correct? Correct. Yes. So we're going to do the loyalty oath again.
Okay.
I heard you did pretty good at it the first time.
I think so.
All right, repeat after me. I, Clyde Ward,
I, Clyde Ward,
a citizen of the United States of America,
a citizen of the United States of America,
and being an appointed official of the city of Mableton,
and being appointed official of the city of Mableton,
and a recipient of public funds
and recipient of public funds
for services rendered
for services rendered
as an appointed official,
as an appointed official,
do hereby solemnly swear
do hereby solemnly swear
and affirm
and affirm
that I will support the Constitution
that I support the Constitution
of
of
the United
the
States
United States
and the Constitution of Georgia.
and the Constitution of Georgia.
Congratulations, sir. You have been reappointed as a member of the license review board.
Typo? The left, yeah.
Councilman Brown, would you like to first?
Do I need to sign anything? I'm good?
You're good on that. So it's- Madam Clerk, can he keep this? Okay.
Oh, there you go. First time. Thank you, guys.
He said he didn't get the last one. Thank you, Mr. Ward, we do appreciate it. Yeah, okay. So the next appointment we have is for Gerard Geter. He is a new appointee to the Planning Commission. Jeter, okay. And we'll come on up and do your loyalty oath.
Good to see you again. I didn't recognize the name. Yeah, they don't forget about me. That's G.I. G.I. Which one? G.I. Some people spell it. I'm just gonna give this to you.
All right, raise your hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
Arthur Gerard Jeter.
A citizen of the United States.
Yes, sir.
Repeat.
I am a citizen of the United States
And being an appointed official of the city of Mableton.
and being appointed citizen of Mableton
And a recipient of public funds
and recipient of public funds
for services rendered
for services rendered
as such appointed official.
as such appointed official.
I do hereby solemnly swear
I do hereby swear
and affirm
and affirm
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of
of
the United States
the United States
and the state of Georgia.
and the state of Georgia.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Indeed, thank you. Wonderful. It's all right, you sign right here.
I broke my leg, man. So do the whole thing?
Yes, please.
Not like this. So I'm holding Arthur Gerard, so I do the whole thing? Afterwards, we'll take this photos. I'll give this to you. I'll give this to you. I'll sign it. I'll sign it. Copy. That works. Thank you.
Councilwoman Jeffcoat. Anything to smartness?
Can't do this over my leg. Broke my leg. Broke my ankle. Trying to kill a Ross.
Awesome. Here you go, sir.
I love that. I love that.
comment cards for this evening?
Yes, Mayor, I have quite a few. I have 6, actually. The first person is Monica Delancey, and then after Ms. Delancey is Yashika Marshall. And remember, there's a 2-minute time limit. The deputy clerk is working the time clock over here behind us. And remember the decorum rules. And thank you, Ms. Delancey.
Good evening. Monica Delancey, We Thrive in Riverside Rental Association. First, I'd like to give updates. Last week, one of the apartment complexes, residents of Riverside Apartment Complex located in District 2, was without water for 3 days. And on the second day, Code Enforcement, I want to thank Code Enforcement Director, Mr. Silver, for going over to the apartment complex. Not only did he check on the process of when they were going to be when the water's going to turn back on, but he also checked on residents as well. So I want to thank Mr. Silver for doing that. Also, another update in District 2, the potholes located on Premier Lane have been repaired, somewhat repaired, and I was informed that the Kingsbridge townhome community, the residents got together and put their money together to fix those potholes on the street. They said that it was constant going back and forth between former City Councilwoman Oladapo and County Commissioner Sheffield, but nothing was done. So they were fed up with people busting their tires and all sorts of things, so they had to do it. So we want to congratulate those residents in Kingsbridge Townhome located in District 2 on Premier Lane. Today, City View Elementary School hosted their career day. We want to thank Mr. Tyrone Tolliver, the guidance counselor, for organizing career day. It was a success. I enjoyed speaking with the children at that school today. Upcoming events, Riverside Community Benefits Agreement meeting will be held on Zoom on February 22nd at 6 p.m. If you would like to attend that Zoom meeting to hear about the process of the Riverside community, you're welcome to email me, monicadelancey@hotmail.com. And on March 15th, we will host an in-person Renters' Rights Summit that we're expecting over 40 apartment complexes that have signed up to send at least 2 representatives to attend the Renters' Rights Summit. And that will be on March 15th at 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Again, you can email me to RSVP and get the location. And also, I want to close it out with Black History Month quote by Fannie Hammer. Nobody is free until everybody is free. Thank you very much. Monica Delancey.
Thank you, Ms. Delancey.
Following Miss Marsha is Brenda Nash, so she'll be prepared to come up.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Yashika Marshall, and I live in District 3. When I voted for the city of Mableton, it was with the purest intention and the purest of heart. I really didn't think that our area was being taken care of in the way that we as a community needed it to be taken care of. Recently, Luther Washington, the director of Family Life Restoration Center, reached out to my council person, Keisha Jeffcoat, in regards to a warming center that he had worked very tirelessly to try to get up for several years and attempted to work with the Cobb County in order to put this in place. Keisha Jeffcoat orchestrated a meeting with Bill Tanks, and they together spoke with the county as to why this resource wasn't here in our community. And they both had, Keisha and Bill Tanks, had both the courage and the compassion to move forward with having that resource put here. So now Mableton has its first official warming center, and I'm very proud to say that. I know that a lot of people, sometimes when they think about warming centers and they think about homelessness, it does strike some type of fear in their heart when we're talking about our homeless people in our community. But a warming center is not a long-term shelter, is not a solution to homelessness. What it is a respite for the people that already walk among us, the homeless who don't have anywhere to lay their heads at night when it's freezing outside. And we are now providing them with a resource where they can go for a couple of hours and at least be warm, and that they don't have to worry about, you know, hopefully dying on the street. So I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate that you guys did that for our community, and now the people that walk among us, the least of us, have somewhere to go. Thank you.
Following Ms. Nash is Joyce Steele.
Well, this is a minute late, so I didn't realize that the planning commission had already been filled. But I still want to make my little speech here. So, honorable councilmen and women and mayor, the planning commission recently announced the resignation of 2 members, thus the need to fill these positions. And I'm coming for you tonight to express the importance of the planning commission. We have all witnessed how the outcome of their decision can impact us. It is the role of the planning commissioners to ensure long-term community needs are addressed and that a project is consistent with the community's objectives as forth in the general plan, the zoning code, the design standards, and the guidelines and other applicable regulatory comments. I appreciate our planning commission has done an excellent job and made much accomplishments under their current challenging constraints. But one of the positions that I thought was still open was for District 3, which is where I reside, and Ms. Keisha Jeffcoat, Councilperson Keisha Jeffcoat is the commissioner. I'm sorry, I'm getting off track here. Okay, back to this point. I was going to come here to propose an excellent candidate that I knew had applied, Ms. Yashika Marshall, which you just heard from, because I know that she possesses the skills and the knowledge to make an excellent candidate for that position. She is an attorney, and through the profession, she has the ability to analyze all forms of legal and professional documents. I'm not familiar with our new commissioner. I look forward to working with him. I don't know what his what his capabilities are, but I'm sure he's fully qualified as well, and I look forward to work with him. But I know that Yashika has submitted a request to be a part of this. She's been very active with the community and always had a desire to serve. She's already sharing her legal skills and her communication skills. So in the future, if the position becomes open again, I wish that the council would consider her, because I know she would be an excellent candidate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Nash.
Hello, can you all hear me? Because it was hard to hear. You can hear? Okay, great. So thank you all, council, for allowing me the ability to speak. My name is Joyce Steele, and I'm a 35-year resident of the city of Mableton. I come to you about an issue has to do with zoning, but it also has to do with grandfather clauses. I'm aware of a 30-year business where the spouse was in an accident and had a traumatic injury and is not able to be employed any longer. They attempted to rent out their facility. They had a 5-year contract in 2024, but unfortunately it was declined because the zoning, they said, is residential. It's been a commercial facility since it was built, but now they're saying, or it's said that it's residential. So I'm questioning about the grandfather clause, that they say that the building is no longer applicable because the license had not been renewed. That's a little incorrect, and we have documents that show that the license had been paid for in 2023, and the 5-year contract from the new business would have continued the license all the way through. But as I said, the business was declined. We don't want small business owners penalized due to the change from the county to the city. And when I say that, I say the county shows a designation as commercial and the city shows a designation as residential. Still a little unclear how we can have two inconsistent designations on the same property, but unfortunately, that's the case. I don't think it was the intent to dismantle small businesses when we went from a county to the city. Unfortunately, that's what's happened. Hope this will be corrected going forward and that the city will continue to help small businesses and not have them penalized for things that they don't have anything to do with. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Following Leona Johnson is Denny Wilson, and she will be the last speaker.
Good evening, everyone. I've noticed that my zoning case was moved to a later date. I'm hoping that the move gives you an additional time to come up with a better decision. However, it has come to my attention that numerous businesses in the city of Marietta also was at risk to lose their grandfather clause, but the city of Marietta extended a one-time courtesy and allowed them to keep that grandfather and operate as a business in the spot that they were in. Even though my situation may be a little different, I'm hoping that the city of Mableton would take into consideration that me, my husband, and I operated this business in this city for almost 30 years. For an example of this business that was recently allowed that courtesy in Marietta was Mako on Roswell Road. I'm not asking for any special privilege. I'm only asking for what we have established here for almost 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Denny Wilson, last speaker.
Good evening. I want to extend a big hug and warm thank you to all the people who donated to Family Life at the last meeting when I requested that you guys give the warming blankets and the warming gloves for the homeless. They were very, very happy. I mean, I was able to go out and serve at least 50, and we still have more. So thank you guys very, very much for doing that. But what I want to tell you guys, the council tonight is, and I went to the Board of Commissioners on Tuesday, and I told them the same thing. We have a growing problem here with the homeless population. They're coming from Atlanta. We're their first landing spot because all they got to do is come across the river and they're right here in Mableton. I mean, when I was out last week, I saw people that I had never seen before. And I'm like, well, where are you from? Oh, we came over from Atlanta. If we don't get some type of resolution for this homeless population, Mableton is not going to be able to attract the type of businesses that we deserve, nor are we going to be able to attract the type of residents that we deserve. And no offense to the homeless, I'm not just downgrading or trying to talk about the homeless by no means. I'm just telling you what is going on and what is going to happen, same as I told the Board of Commissioners on Tuesday, if we don't get this problem under control. And I know we're all focused on economic development, and that's great, but we also have to turn to community development, because economic development cannot work unless you're doing community development and you develop the people in the community, and meaning most of them, the homeless population. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
That little alarm sound.
I do believe that was the last public comment. We're going to close our public comment for this evening. Council, we'll move to item 10, which is our consent agenda. We reviewed these at our Monday meeting. At this point in time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the items on the consent.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Motion's been made, properly seconded by Councilwoman Brown. Any discussion of this matter? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. We will move on. We do not have any unfinished business this evening, Council, so it takes us to item 12. The first item of new business is the approval of a recycling and waste diversion grant agreement between the City of Mableton and the Environmental Protection Division of the Department, or the Georgia Department of Natural Resources. This will be presented by our Sustainable Waste and Beautification Director, Emily Ryan. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Let's see. Tonight, I'll be brief, just asking for approval of a grant agreement and an award notification for our recycling and waste diversion grant application. The City of Mableton won a $50,000 grant from the Georgia Environmental Protection Division through the Solid Waste Trust Fund. Projects that were awarded focused on reducing solid waste, recovering valuable materials and recycling, and supporting manufacturing and innovation.
Great job.
Thank you. So our funded project is a household hazardous waste collection event coming to you hopefully sometime this spring. This will be a contracted event to help residents dispose of hard-to-recycle materials like paint, gas, oils, cleaning chemicals, pool chemicals, landscaping chemicals. Typically, items that are not accepted are biohazards, firearms, tires, and electronics. What residents can expect would be, first, to be a City of Mableton resident, address verification, a required pre-registration, and some maximum collection limits on the more expensive materials like gallons of paint. And traffic control will be present as well. So we're hoping to competitively put this project out to bid to find a qualified vendor. It will be fairly similar to Cobb County's Keep Cobb Beautiful HHW event that some of you may be familiar with, and we'll hope to target this spring to host the event. And that's all I have, Mayor.
That's great. Thank you. Council, any questions of Director Ryan?
Do you have any idea where it's going to be?
Not yet. I've got some ideas, but I'm working with some volunteers and some community members to host in a relatively large parking lot.
Great. Thank you. This is awesome.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Our next is item 12B. This is the first read of an ordinance updating Chapter 1, Article 1 of General Provisions of our Code of Ordinances, which authorizes an interim appointments to board appointments, commissions, and authorities for other purposes. Do I have a motion for this item?
I'd like to make a motion for the approval of a recycling and waste diversion grant agreement between the City of Mableton and the Environmental Protection Division of the Georgia Department of Natural Resources.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Properly seconded by Councilman Ferguson. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call the question. All those who...
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had a quick question.
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
In the ordinance, it says it's 30 days, right?
There's a faux pas here. The motion that was made and was seconded was to approve the recycling waste diversion grant.
Oh,
That was
I'm sorry.
partially my fault. Sorry about that.
Okay.
So we're going to continue to vote on that. Okay. All those in favor of approving the recycling waste diversion grant, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. We have approval on that. Now, item B is that first read of the ordinance for the interim appointments. Do I have a motion for that?
First read?
Yes, on the first read of that ordinance.
It's first read.
Oh, it's first read, so we don't have to, okay. I'm sorry. Thank you for that, sir. So what we will do is have discussion. I know Councilwoman Herndon had a question. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Oh, yes, I just had a question about the 30-day, if I recall, there was a 30-day period from the vacancy to when it should be filled.
Yes.
And then you would make an appointment if, I was curious as to whether we could extend that, because I'm thinking like it's going to take a week or so to find someone, and then they have to be sworn in and some other things. It just, is 30 days enough time?
I think 30 days is when the ordinance kicks in, for 30 days from the time that the clerk says there's a vacancy. After that 30 days, so the 31st day will be the first day that an appointment can be made.
It says beyond 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, okay. I misread that. Okay.
So it does provide, yeah, it definitely provides that.
Okay. And my second question, I think I saw in there where all council has to approve the new appointee, or am I looking at that incorrectly?
I think that's right, but I think technically that's what we do now. And we just defer to the nomination of that person, I think.
It still says majority vote.
Yeah, it says majority vote.
Is that any different?
No, it's no different. She said all.
Oh, you're saying no, it should still be majority. It should be all.
Majority vote, okay.
Yeah, it still should be majority.
And then on appointee appointments 1, 4, 3, B, on page 2.
Okay.
Yeah, the terms of that should not change from what it normally is.
That's fine.
So, but on her original question, continuing to read through 142, so the mayor shall be authorized to nominate an interim appointee, but there's no time for her.
Yes, that was my other question.
It's any time upon when the appointment is made by anybody.
How long is it?
Up until the time that the council person appoints someone. Yeah, there is no defined term limit there, because as soon as a council person has someone at their next meeting, they can immediately get them appointed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we need to add some verbiage like that?
I don't think so. It's not limiting, right? It could be the next day technically, or, where that next meeting is.
Yeah.
So no, there's no time limit on that. Any other questions, comments? All right, we will go to, that is the first read, so we'll take no action on that at this point in time. We will now go to item 12C. Item 12C is proposed 2028 special purpose local option tax, otherwise known as SPLOS. As a project list, we did review this at length on Monday. But we're back at it now. So with that being said, our Community Development Director, Michael Hughes, floor is yours, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just as a reminder, we reviewed this list this past Monday at your work session. After receiving your feedback and direction, staff is pleased to present the final list of proposed projects. The only difference between the list that you saw Monday night is that we added one line item for debt service, and that was $1 million at your request. We are seeking your authorization to go ahead and transmit this list and to publish this list for the public. Luke is here with us. He is representing Roy Akery with Croy Engineering and can answer any questions that you may have this evening.
Thank you. Do we have that on the? Okay. In lieu of not having it, I would ask that, would you please, it's not that many project list categories on there. Would you mind reading those off and detail the overall and then tier 1 and tier 2?
Absolutely,
Thank you, sir, for that the public could be able to at least hear.
Absolutely, sir. In tier 1 projects, the first category is facilities. That's municipal buildings, facility enhancements, improvements, and acquisitions, $46 million. Second category is fleet. That's EV vehicles, EV charging stations. That's $1 million. Sidewalks, trails, that is sidewalk additions and improvements, multi-use trails, $10 million. Roadway safety, citywide roadway safety improvements and resurfacing efforts, $31,400,000. Parks and acquisition, $4,740,000. Technology, that's citywide technology enhancements, financial enterprise software, that's $2,860,000. And then debt service, $1 million.
So Director Hughes, the one question I had is before I'm comfortable with saying, yes, send this list. Tier 2 is not listed in the packet.
It is not, sir, and it should be listed in here.
Would you read off Tier 2, please?
It is not.
Oh, it's not in the packet. Oh, so he can't read it off.
I can't read it.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I may be able to pull it out if necessary, look at the final email and read those numbers off. Mr. Ferguson, I can send a copy to the council. That includes Tier 2 if you all want that right now. I'll search an email and send it to you.
Thank you. So was there any change to Tier 2 from?
No, exact same thing. The only change from the list you saw Monday night was adding debt service category. Tier 1 and Tier 2 is the same.
And we didn't add the debt services category to Tier 2?
I don't think there was debt services added to Tier 2.
No, we didn't add debt service to Tier 2.
Mr. Mayor, the Tier 2 is listed in the work session packet, so if we wanted to read from there, we could do that.
I actually have it right here. I was going to find,
Let me see my thing.
Councilman Haley, do you want to go ahead and read that?
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the Tier 2 parks estimated at $7 million, environmental, $5 million, sidewalks and trails, $2 million, technology, $2.5 million, and facilities, $11,500,000.
So it's a total.
I'm sorry, not, I'm sorry, yes, okay, I just couldn't see very well, okay.
Yes?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. And as totals, I see here $97 million for Tier 1 and $28 million for Tier 2. Yes, getting yeses, okay. All right, what we're going to do, council, is we talked about having consensus around this and taking a vote. I also want to make sure that this information gets to our residents in a way they can start looking at it. We do have a report as well as a spreadsheet. Mr. Manager, I'd asked earlier in the week that this to move forward, it be made available on the website for residents to have access to it. Madam Attorney, if I remember correctly, there wasn't action you wanted to take on this for a vote of the council for this list to move forward. It does not solidify this list as necessarily what's going to go to the referendum, but it does allow us to move forward to our phase 2 of what Corey is responsible for, which is making sure that we get community feedback. We make sure you have an opportunity to view this, which is why I want to make sure it gets out this week. But the Tier 2 process will start, was part of the discussion we had on Monday, and that's where our citizens will have opportunity to provide feedback for this specific project list, surveys, pop-ups. I don't know what all you guys are going to do, but the goal is to get the community involved during this next phase. Anything you want to add to that, or what you hear?
It's just, going into that, Tier 2 is where we start getting more project specific. We get the citizens what they want, some projects that they want, some public open houses and things like that to get their feedback, online surveys.
So that's when we'll start talking about very specific projects.
And I just want to be sure that everybody understands it's phase 2.
Yes,
not Tier 2.
Yes, phase 2.
Thank you for correct, yes.
And we started, I think this Tier 1 comes down to $97 million. I think when we started, it was somewhere around $350 million worth of projects that we had. So we cut that more than a third to get this project where it is, or at least the categories defined and bucketized, if you will, categorized into lists. So I look forward to being able to take this to phase 2 and have more community input with this. Madam Attorney, I'll turn back to you for guidance on if this proposed list just needs a vote from us to enable Corey to move on to phase 2.
Yes, Mayor. Just correct as stated, and this vote, you can change your mind before it's ultimately approved by agreement or placed on any referendum, but this just gives staff and the public confidence that this, at this point in time, is the direction that the council's headed.
Great, thank you. With that said, council, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve this 2028 SPLOST project list.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the 2028 SPLOST project list.
I second.
Thank you. Motion been made and seconded by Councilman Herndon. Assuming there's any other discussion, I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of approving?
Sorry,
hold on. Yes. All those in favor of approving the 2028 SPLOST project list, please say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you, and thank you, Director Hughes, and thank you to Corey for continuing to do the great work y'all are doing. So our next item up is 12D. This is a resolution of intent and application to the National Flood Insurance Program. We have Deputy Director Tina Garver who's going to speak about this matter. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This resolution is a resolution of intent regarding the National Flood Insurance Program. In order for the city to participate in this program, we must apply. Cobb County has participated in this program, but now that we're a fully qualified city, we must seek our own application. This application or this program allows city residents to have to apply for flood insurance that is funded through FEMA or at least managed through FEMA. And then this resolution states that we will apply for the program, we will follow the model flood ordinance, and then we will follow FEMA's rules for floodplain management. You have any questions about that?
Council, any questions? Any questions again for Deputy Director Garver? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve this resolution.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution of intent and application to the National Flood Insurance Program.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have a second? I second. Thank you. Motion's been made and properly seconded by Councilman Davis. Any further discussion or questions? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion made by Councilwoman Brown, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you, Director Garber, Deputy Director Garber. Next item is 12E. 12E is a resolution to support for the Livable Centers Initiative, which is otherwise known as LCI, application with the Atlanta Regional Commission.
Thank you. Staff is recommending that the city apply for funding through the Atlanta Regional Commission through their LCI program, which is a Livable Centers Initiative. We would like to pursue an application for a catalytic study for our central area of the city. The cost for this study would be $200,000, and if awarded, we would have to provide a 20% match. So that means 80% would be covered by the grant, and then the city would be responsible for the 20% match of $40,000. You might be familiar with this LCI program. It's been responsible for guiding many cities through downtown revitalization, especially throughout Cobb County and in our neighboring cities. We are fortunate that we are able to apply for this grant because the city has a grandfathered LCI study that was adopted by Cobb County or through Cobb County in 2001, and this study was last updated in 2009. The area covered by the original study is north of Veterans Memorial Highway, west of Floyd Road, south of Clay Road, and east of Daniel Street. This area was later expanded in 2009 to include the property currently under development on Floyd Road. This application will consider expanding the existing LCI boundary where reasonable based on our comprehensive plans and the city's current goals. And then the one thing about this is that once this study is, if the study is approved and adopted, it will allow the city to apply for additional transportation funds for improvements that have been identified in the study area through this plan.
Thank you for that, ma'am. For those of us who've been here quite some time, we do remember the original LCI study that was done, and I'm happy to have the opportunity we have to hopefully be able to get this done again. I know that City Manager Tanks and I went through the Regional Leadership Institute last year before, which was run by the ARC, and at that point in time, I'll just say they were excited about the possibility of us being able to move forward with this. So I'm excited to see this actually come in, along with the same time that we're doing our comp plan and several other things. I think it's a great time to have those kind of mesh and make sure that we are looking holistically at our solution. So thank you for that. Any questions or comments about this LCI from anyone else?
The only question I had is the likelihood that this happens. So I realize it's a competition for the implementation funds.
I can't speak to the likeliness that it is approved. I do think we have a good application, especially since it's one of the older LCI areas and we're a new city and we're ripe with community involvement, engagement, and plans for our future. I do think we have a really good application to present, but I can't guarantee that it would be selected or funded.
When will it be submitted?
It will be submitted towards the end of this month, early March, and then awarded later this year.
Right, yeah, okay, thank you.
And then it closes, or when should we be alerted?
It's later this year. I can find out the exact announcement dates for you, or estimated announcement date for you.
Thank you for that, Deputy Director Garber. Do I have a motion to support this resolution?
So I'll make a motion for support for the Livable Centers Initiative application.
I second.
Thank you. Motion is made and seconded by Councilman Ferguson. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of support of a resolution in support of the Livable Centers Initiative, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, Director Hughes. We're now going to move to the item 12F, which is the second read. The second read is amending the ordinance updating Chapter 8 of Building Construction of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinances. And we have Director of Code Enforcement, Jerry Silver, with us this evening. Welcome, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I pray everyone is doing well this evening. Thank you for allowing the opportunity to present second read of the International Property Maintenance Code, which will amend our current Chapter 8. The basics of the IPMC is to establish minimum standards for the health, safety, and welfare of all buildings located within the city of Mableton. That means that we can bring them up to the existing standards if they do not meet them currently. We already used the zoning ordinance to operate and make sure that the use of the building is being operated properly, but the maintenance standards will bring up to code. Whereas if anything is wrong, this will allow us to do that. I bring it in front of you this evening because if it's not adopted, which is a permissive code, we cannot use it. The local jurisdiction can also amend or add or delete to this code. So if it suits our needs to add more authority to it, we can. If we don't like the way something is written, we can also amend it. That is the beauty of adopting this code. The enforcement is based on the government's police powers, the authority to regulate private property used to protect the public good. The code officials are sworn to protect all properties and serve the public to ensure that everything that we have existing in the city is peaceful, it looks good, it works properly, and is functional. The goal of adopting this ordinance is simple. As I stated, the public health, the safety and welfare of our citizens deserve to be able to go to properties that look the way that they should look and look decent, look clean, and everything works within it. The Fourth Amendment, which is attached to this, inspections require consent, a warrant, or exigent circumstances. We cannot go on the property unless we're invited, and we have the right of entry by legal remedies. The 14th Amendment states that we have to give due process to every owner of every property within the city limits and an opportunity to be heard before final action or penalties are imposed. So we still would have to go by our procedures. When we enforce this, we would have to have the enforcement process of getting a complaint and then making an inspection, finding the violations. Then we still have to give notice of that violation and a time frame within reason for the owners to correct all violations. Then we still would have to make a re-inspection of the property and ensure that all violations have been cured or they have been corrected to the minimum codes. If not, then actions or penalties can take place by issuing a citation for any violators to appear in the municipal court system. We have to identify exactly what property that we are writing. We have to tell the owners of each property exactly what they're being charged with. And we have to make sure that the reasonable time is correct. We have to document all violations. We have to create files, and we have to take photographs of before, during, and after. So that was evidence that can be subpoenaed by open records. And we have to make sure that our records are uniform and the documentation is thorough. That means that everything that we do to the property, as well as whatever we give to the owners, we have to have copies of those documents to ensure that we are doing things properly. The goal is ultimate purpose is compliance, the correction of hazardous conditions, not merely just punishment or revenue generating. We just want to make sure that the properties look the best that they can throughout the city. Thank you for this opportunity to present this for adoption.
Thank you, Director Silver. Council, do you have any questions within mind? This is our second read. I will ask a question that I always ask, though, first. Madam Attorney, has anything changed from the first time with this ordinance to now on our second read?
There's been no changes, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for Director Silver, Council?
Yes, I have a question, Director Silver, and I may have misheard, but you said these actions were they generated by a complaint or driver, just complaint via?
Yes.
Okay.
The majority of the time they actually are complaints, but we are also going to be proactive as well. Because when we go to a property, unfortunately, they'll call in one, but you drive by four to get to one. So I have instructed the officers to become proactive. That's the only way we're going to clean the city up and show no favoritism by addressing every violation that we see.
Thank you.
So along those same lines, how does that necessarily work if what you said originally was that you had to be invited?
Well, we see violations from the exterior. We're talking about violations that we can see from the rights of way. And once we identify ourselves, when we say be invited, if we tell them who we are and we say we're here to make an inspection, most of the time they will allow us to come in. But if they say no, then we can't go in. We have to go back and ask possibly for a warrant to enter the property.
And then who's responsible for providing that warrant?
We would have to speak to our legal counsel as well as the city manager and let them know what's going on with the property. Then we would proceed with the next steps. But we have to show probable cause to do that.
So So is the city manager providing the warrant? Like who?
No. I just give guidance. I would talk to the city manager, let him know the next steps I'm taking. But ultimately, I would go to the city attorney.
Yeah, no, and again, some of these things, that's why we do some of the stuff in work session, so we can air out some of this without going here. Code enforcement has a error we call discretion. We run upon a grandmother who can't cut her grass. By the ordinance, we can cite her if she don't cut her grass in 10 days. But as a city, he may come to me as a city manager and explain what we call insinuating circumstance. And I may say, let's go see if we can find another source, maybe a charity or a church, that can go cut grandma's grass. And the goal is compliance, not to put people in jail or not put people in fines, it's compliance. And sometimes we have discretion to do that. Now, when it comes to a warrant, if some citizen claims their Fourth Amendment that you can't come in there, blah, 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 before they start going, they will let me know so I can inform you, and then we work this through the court and the judge to get a warrant. So it's a lot more complicated than just telling the city manager, but what that does is inform me so I can inform the council we're about to take some action that somebody may give you a call, and so that's that process.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Any other questions, council? None? All right, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and entertain a motion to go ahead and approve this ordinance.
Motion to approve the ordinance amending and updating Chapter 8 Buildings and Construction of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinances and other lawful purposes.
I second.
Thank you. Motion is made and properly seconded by Councilman Herndon. Any other discussion? I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of approval of the motion made by Councilman Ferguson, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. No opposition, the ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Silver. We appreciate this.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Awesome.
Next item is 12G. This is also a second read. It's an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget for the city of Mableton. Good evening, Director Ellis. Floor is yours, ma'am.
Good morning. Boy, I'm really behind. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
That was Monday.
I feel like I'm still on Monday night. Good evening. We have the second read of our ordinance for the budget amendment. There was only one change suggested during our Monday's review of the budget, and that was we took some existing funding that was council direction for areas in their district of improvement and moved it to the correct department. So we took $145,000 and moved 120 to council, which is 20 per district, and 25 to the mayor for a total of 145 for their direction. Everything else has stayed the same. It did not increase or decrease anything. It was a lateral move from one department to another. If you have any other questions regarding the review of that budget amendment, I will be glad to answer them.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Sir.
I'm going to ask the finance director, maybe for the sake of the public, to explain why we do a budget amendment.
Yes, indeed.
Sure. So as we do a budget amendment, when we adopt the budget, which we did adopt our budget in June of 2025, they support certain assumptions at that time. As the year progresses, and we are midway through our fiscal year right now, variances arise where things are unplanned, and we want to right-size them to make a true representation of the city's revenues and expenditures. So this amendment is purely a true-up. The net effect was increase of revenues and increase of expenditures and offset each other equally. A good proportion of that was a revenue generation that was unplanned coming in from insurance premium tax, which basically afforded us to increase some other areas to make increases to those expenditures.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions, council? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and call for a motion to approve the budget amendment.
motion to approve the budget amendment for fiscal year 2025-2026.
Second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and seconded by Councilwoman Brown. Any further discussion? Go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of the approval of ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the city of Mableton, please say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Director. All right, Council, this takes us to 12H. This is consideration of a resolution authorizing the request of the local legislative delegation to introduce legislation for the municipal court of the city of Mableton to access a technology fee. This was part of our 2026 legislative priorities. This basically, it's pretty simple. It is municipal courts throughout the state of Georgia are able to request a technology fee for any court case that comes through where there is a conviction. There will be a fee levied somewhere between $20 and $5. The city of Mableton has requested a bill that would support this measure. The funds would go into a segregated fund that will be for that will be for public safety and for the courts. And at this point in time, the bill has been created. Again, it was part of our legislative agenda that was presented to the Cobb County delegation yesterday at their weekly meeting. It was accepted by the Cobb County delegation, so which means now it comes to us for approval from the council to allow the House to be able to introduce this bill. So at this point in time, council, is there any questions about this matter? Madam Attorney, do you have anything to add for this bill? Thank you, ma'am. With that being said, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve this resolution.
Motion to approve the resolution authorizing and requesting the local legislative delegation to introduce legislation for the municipal court of the city of Mableton to assess a technology fee.
I second.
Thank you. Motion has been made and seconded by Councilwoman Herndon. Any further discussion, council? Call the question. All those in favor of consideration of the resolution authorizing and requesting local legislative delegation to introduce legislation for the municipal court of Georgia, or municipal court of the city of Mableton, please say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. This takes us to item 12I. 12I is the first read of an ordinance to be known as the Mableton Crown Act, creating Article 3, Crown Act of a new chapter, which is Chapter 15, General Offenses of the City Code of Ordinances to prohibit discrimination based on protective and cultural hair textures and hairstyles and other lawful purposes. I actually want to take a moment and defer to Councilwoman Jeffcoat on this item, because Councilwoman Jeffcoat was the one who brought this to my attention and asked that as a city we move forward with this ordinance. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Hi, good evening, everyone. This was an ordinance that was near and dear to me, in particular with it being Black History Month. The Crown Act is about creating a respectful and open world for natural hair, and it addresses discrimination based on hair texture and protective hairstyles, which disproportionately affect African American residents and others in a professional and educational and public setting. And passing this ordinance would affirm Mableton's commitment to equity, dignity, and inclusion by ensuring that individuals are not denied opportunities or treated unfairly because of any sort of cultural or natural expressions of their identity. And so I thought that this was significantly important. It's passed in several counties, municipalities across Georgia, including Fulton, Clayton, DeKalb. And I do want to thank Representative Terry Cummings, as well as our attorney, Amelia, for assisting us with this. This is a first read, and it's my hope that it will get passed as an ordinance for the city of Mableton.
Wonderful. Thank you, ma'am. Council, any discussion on this? Any questions, comments? Hearing none, I say thank you, Councilwoman, for bringing this forward. All right, Council, this takes us to the end of our new business for this meeting. We'll go forward. City Manager, do you have any comments, sir?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I want to shout out our IT department. I don't know if Mr. Francois is here. If he is, I would ask him to stand. One of the goals we've set here at council, mayor and our staff, is to be a city of excellence. We don't want to be average. We don't want to be competitive. We want to be attractive. And one mark of that success is not just talk or certain departments, but being awarded in your certain area as best in your class, or at least I recommend as some of the top. We already know that our Sustainability Waste Beautification Department received the Silver Award, the only city in Cobb County to receive that for the ARC. And the council received the Civility and Ethics Award, and now I'm proud to say that our IT department is recognized, our city, not the IT department, our city, because of efforts by the IT infrastructure department, was recognized as one of the top 20 smart cities when it comes to IT infrastructure. So I wanted to shout them out for the great work. So outstanding work. I know that y'all had a lot to do with it. I know some of your visions in that, and to see what France did to make things happen is something I'm proud of, because that shows that we're not just getting work done, but we're being very competitive and recognized nicely. So I want to shout out the IT department for that portion of it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
No comments.
Thank you. Madam Attorney? Thank you. Councilman Davis?
Just to say, it's good to see all of you again. It's always great to see the engagement that this community has for the city. And you guys are worth your weight in gold, really. You don't see that everywhere. You really don't. I've been across this country from one end to the other, and I don't see that much unless there's something to really complain about. So hats off to each one of you. Have a great day and a great week.
Thank you, sir. Councilman McNeely.
Yes, so you heard from the Mentorship Academy this evening, the Boost program, and I had the pleasure of meeting many of the students that are involved in that program and talking about the city council and government as a whole and how we do our work. Very impressive young people, and so I would encourage you to support those efforts here out of the Epicenter. It's great work, and we can never get enough good quality individuals and organizations that can come and do what we need done to help our young people continue to achieve and grow. I also want to mention that the Cobb Collaborative has its Wellness Week, and myself and Councilman Ferguson attended a wellness walk at Discovery at the Riverline Park at the Mableton Trailhead. So it's always a good thing to do things just as simple as walking a trail, talking to new people, and it contributes to your mental health and wellness overall. So I want to encourage you all to do those things and support the efforts of the Cobb Collaborative, which is a great organization in our community. And then finally, I just want to thank you all for being here, whether you're here in person or watching online. Continue to be engaged and be informed, because we work for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Jeff Cook.
Good afternoon or good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being here and for taking the time out of your busy schedules to show up. I want to encourage you all that whenever you come to our meetings, at least bring someone with you so that we can continue to increase our level of engagement and participation. I want to thank those that were involved in the getting the warming center opened. As it's been stated, it was a collective effort. It wasn't just one person. So everyone that was involved in that, we really appreciate it. And it's important that we support those that are experiencing housing insecurities for whatever reason that may be, and to ensure that they have a safe and warm place to go. Right now, it is an interim solution, but hopefully we can come up with some, a long-term solution. It's not a handout, it's a hand up to be able to provide that level of support. So thank you all for that. District 3 will be hosting its first litter cleanup days. It will be this Saturday So I do want to thank, Keep Cobb Beautiful and Keep Mableton Beautiful. So if you have any free time, please come out and assist us. It's going to be at the intersection of Veterans Memorial and Queen Mill Road, and it will be at 9 a.m. at the church on that corner. So if you're able to participate, please come out and do so. And then lastly, Cobb Chamber has a lot of leadership opportunities. This one in particular is the 2026-2027 Cobb Youth Leadership Class. It's a great way to get your youth involved. Applications are open now, so it must be submitted by Friday, April 17th. So if you know of a youth that might be interested in participating in the Cobb Youth Leadership, please do so. I'm also a member of Leadership Cobb, which is another organization in the Cobb Chamber. They're accepting nominations right now as well, so if that's something that you're interested in, certainly reach out and apply for the leadership class. That's all I have. You all have a good evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilwoman Brown?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. And my update is that I had the opportunity to meet this week with District 4 Commissioner Sheffield. We had a great conversation, and I think it's important, as a council person, to make sure that I'm building bridges and relationships to the other elected officials who serve us. So there was a couple really good things that came out of that conversation. The one that I'd like to share with you right now is we don't have an exact date, but the much anticipated decade-plus long quest to get a stoplight at Buckner Road is near here. So we're looking at mid-March for that to actually come on, but I will definitely keep everyone posted, as will Commissioner Sheffield, as we near the date that is actually comes online. Also, I want to acknowledge that this is Black History Month, and not only is this Black History Month, this is the 100th anniversary. So in 1926, Dr. Carter G. Woodson actually started what was then known as Negro History Week. And the reason he did this is because he felt like, as a historian, as an educator, that if people did not understand the accomplishments that they made, and specifically African Americans, if they did not understand that, then they didn't really understand their place in this society. And so from there, it expanded later on into actually Black History Month. And the reason that he picked the month of February is because it was two significant people who had birthdays in that month, and that was Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass, who are both associated with freedom as it pertains to African Americans. So I just want to highlight that, and I want to mention two things that if you're interested, if you'd like to find a way to celebrate Black History Month, here in Mableton, we've got on the 13th at Pebblebrook High School, they have a program that the performing arts students are putting on called Spirit. I heard this is a fantastic program, and so you can get tickets for that by going over to the Pebblebrook High School website. And then on the 17th at the South Cobb Regional Library, there is going to be a discussion entitled The Last Slave Ships. And so that will be led by a facilitator, and so that just presents another opportunity. So thank you all, and I hope everyone gets home safely this evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Ferguson.
Yes, good evening all. So a couple of things I wanted to point out. Thank you all for coming, being here tonight. You've heard me talk about men's mental health and not suffering in silence. Well, we're going to have another time for us to come and get together. I'm creating the calendar currently for the entire year, but I do want to point out that on February the 19th, we will be having a fireside chat over off of Fontaine Road. Please, if you know anybody that should be there, send them to our website so that they can register, so we know just how many people are gonna show up. Don't come looking for food, but come looking for manna from heaven. I did want to point out one thing about the Cobb Youth Leadership. Thank you for bringing that up, Councilman. They do need to be sophomores in their school, but the amount of enrichment and exposure to the actual county that these kids are getting is phenomenal. And we're in a situation where we've got term limits here in the city of Mableton. So I've got 2 terms that I can serve, and I don't know who's coming up next. So we want to make sure that we have people that are understanding how to run a city, how to work through a city, how to work through city and county governments, and all the things that come with being in the city and county government. And this is an excellent program that I'm really, really proud to know is available in Cobb County. So again, as Councilwoman Jeffcoat said, if you know someone who would benefit from this program, let's get them nominated so we can get them in there. And I did both of those. So yes, that is all I have. We're gonna get out of here before midnight tonight. Thank you. But actually, Mayor, do we want to entertain for executive session for real estate, personnel, and miscellaneous?
We do, but Councilwoman.
I know, I'm just saying, I'm just asking for it because it wasn't asked before.
Oh, yes, indeed. Thank you, sir.
All right.
No, she was looking like, what are you doing?
No, I mean, look, it's okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to keep this very short. It's so good to see everyone here, and we also have 8 people that are logged in and viewing us online, so welcome and to all of you, and thank you for being here. I want to encourage everyone to sign up for the newsletter. I know last year and the year prior, people were saying, we don't get information, we don't get information. So for those of you who have not signed up, all 6 council members are creating their own newsletter, and the mayor has his newsletter. So if you're looking for information about the city of Mableton, you want to know what's going on, the 6 council members will probably come from a different perspective based on their individual districts and what's important. And then, of course, the mayor has the total umbrella, and probably cover things citywide. So I encourage you to go on to mableton.gov and sign up. You can sign up for all 7 of them if you'd like, and you can get all the information that you want. So I encourage you to do that. And thanks again for being here, and safe travels home.
Wonderful. Thank you, ma'am. So first of all, I want to ask of our residents that are here, how many of you got the mailer that was sent out, the In the Zone mailer? You want to raise your hand again? It was a green, it said, know your zone? Okay, that's a little bit better. So know your zone was actually know what district you live in. That was a long time in the making as well. We had made an ask back a year and a half ago for people wanting to know, make sure they knew that they were in the city, what district they were in, because we understand we still have over 11,000 homes and businesses in the city of Mableton that do not have a Mableton address. That is an issue that we are still working on. We're working directly with our U.S. senators and our U.S. congressperson in efforts to try to change that. It's not an easy process, and it's definitely not a quick process, but it is one that is not built on vanity. It's built on public safety. It's built on built on economic stability. It's based on making sure our businesses and our residents have a sense of place. So we will continue to work on that, but that In the Zone flyer was something we sent out, everyone in the city, minor, maybe 1 or 2 gaps that was missed, should have gotten that flyer. It's the first one we sent out. It probably will not be the last one. It is a cost-effective way to make sure we get critical information out. There's a lot of talk about social media and newsletters, but there's a lot of people that don't do either one. So making sure we get information out, whether it's a sign on the side of the street or it's a newsletter that we can send out. Some people question whether in 2026 that's still a viable way of spending money for communication, but it absolutely still is. There are segments of our community where, believe it or not, they don't do Nextdoor. They don't do Facebook, right? We've got to get to their mailboxes. So again, that was the first one, but it will not be the last. I do want to touch on something the city manager mentioned about the Smart City Award. Quite frankly, I don't think he done it justice to what it should be. This was an acknowledgement it's a competition of cities across the country. The cities that won, this is the top 20 most technologically advanced cities in the country that applied for this. Some of the other winners were Las Vegas, Nevada, New Orleans, Louisiana, Fort Worth, Texas, Long Beach, California, and then there was Mableton, Georgia. So it truly is a fantastic recognition, but I wanted to speak to something that's a little more important. It was about, he talked about the IT department. They've done a fantastic job since they've been here. But this award was really based on very, very early decisions that the city council decided to make. It was a decision to go away from the norm. When we first started, we had vendors coming to us every other day telling us how they would like to set up this or set up that. And quite frankly, it was Councilman Ferguson, Councilwoman Jeff Coate, and myself that determined we were going to do things a little bit different. That we were going to find a way to build this ourselves, and everyone was asking about our website and our emails and all of this kind of stuff. And there was a decision to build out this city infrastructure that, almost 3 years later is now winning us national awards because we decided to do something different. It hasn't been without a little bit of pain, especially for those directors and teams that came on and figured out in the city of Mableton, we do technology a little bit different here. But what I'll also say is that we saved this city and taxpayers over $500,000 by going the direction that we did. Right, so not only were we able to win national awards now, we've also been able to save, if you add it up over 3 years, probably over $1 million that's been saved directly from the decisions we decided to make. So I wanted to take a moment to thank the city council for making the hard decisions or the unconventional decisions to be able to do what we did very early on and not take the conventional way that would have taken money away from our city manager and other things that needs to go there. So on, I think, March 11th, we will actually be traveling to Raleigh, Durham, to the Research Triangle, where they're actually going to be inviting all of those 20 cities to receive their award for that. So again, I wanted to lean into that a little bit more because sometimes when we're making decisions at the time, you don't always get a fruitful result right off the bat. But in due time, when you take time to make diligent decisions, when we stand on the forefront of innovation and technology and believe in what we're doing, I believe there's great things to be had for that. The rest of the things I want to talk about is really more related to state government with what is happening right now. Obviously, the session is going on. There's several things related to that. I did make mention earlier that we was at the state capitol yesterday and we presented our legislative agenda. Probably should have been prepared to even give a presentation about that today, but maybe we'll come back on the 28th and give everyone more of an idea of what that was. But I will tell you, it was a very robust discussion. It was very well attended by the delegation. They typically don't have cities to come and actually present their legislative agenda authority or legislative priorities. This is the third year in a row that the city of Mableton has done that. We think it's important that we not only be that we kind of just be recipients of what happens at the State House, but we also are active participants in letting them know the types of legislation we support, types of legislation that we don't, and what are the things that we want to see done. So we're taking an active approach to what goes on at the State House, particularly as it can advance our efforts and our residents, whether that is saving us money, whether that is keeping us more safe, but most importantly, how that is improving the quality of life. So I was happy that we were able to do that. I've been, as many of you know, I'm a state board member with the Georgia Municipal Association. I was also appointed this year to the Legislative Policy Council. What that means is we get to go to a whole lot of meetings and talk about state policy as it relates to local cities. And let me just say, we've been meeting a lot lately because the state is putting forth a lot of bills that, quite frankly, impact cities quite a bit. You may have heard about some of those, what they're looking at potentially doing around property taxes, around income taxes. These things directly impact us, directly impact our city. Also, potential bills that will preempt home rule and local rule that we have. And we became a city because we wanted to make sure that we could dictate things that happen in our city. And when those are challenged by the state trying to make bills that take away that local authority, that is a concern for the Legislative Policy Council. So there's a lot of work going on around there. Last Monday, we had our Mableton Day at the Capitol. That was an incredibly awesome event. We had most of our staff, I think all of our city council, and slightly over 100 of our community leaders and business owners be able to attend that event. So we're really ecstatic about how that turned out. We were able to be recognized in both the Senate and the House. We have a resolution from both sides of the chamber down there, and was able to just have some really good dialogue. This coming week, tomorrow, as a matter of fact, at the State House, we will be having our Mableton Student Day, Student Legislative Day at the Council, at the Capitol, I'm sorry. That will bring our Student Government Association from both Pebblebrook High School and South Cobb High School. They will be coming to the Capitol to have a fun-filled and education day of just learning how bills are made, getting opportunities to meet state legislators and state representatives. I just got confirmation a little while ago that they were in for a great treat because the youngest member of the Senate as well as the youngest member of the House will both be available to talk to them directly about how they kind of got where they were. So super excited about tomorrow and that great opportunity to have there. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to our residents for taking your time and opportunity to come out. This is democracy. We continue to grow it, we continue to build it, continue to build the city. I'm thankful that you guys are a part of this journey with us. So with that being said, council members, I would like to entertain a motion to go into executive session for real estate, litigation, personnel, and miscellaneous.
Motion to go to executive session for real estate, litigation, personnel, and miscellaneous.
I second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and properly seconded by Councilwoman Herndon. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those agree, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. We will go into executive session. For those of you who will not be staying with us through the duration, thank you for coming, and please have a safe ride home, and we'll see you again on February 28th. Thank you.
Go ahead. I'm requesting a motion to come out of executive session.
I move to exit and executive session. Second.
Okay, it's been moved and probably seconded by Councilwoman Jeffcoat. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, all opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Okay. Okay.
No, we got
We gotta do it.
Motion to,
We just came out of executive session. We still have to-
okay. Is he going to get the mayor or what? Okay, we just go ahead and adjourn.
It does.
Yeah, so, all right, so, want to?
I'd like to make a motion to
adjourn the meeting.
I second.
Okay, it has been, so moved and properly seconded by Councilwoman, was that Brown?
Right.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. We are adjourned.
Yes. It's a wrap.